Hello everyone. Okay, I think my microphone is working, so is my camera. So is my chat. It's not always a given. It wasn't working yesterday, I didn't realize. Hey Penguin, Infinite Coder, hi Kai. Is it in the frames? Oh, frames dropping? Amazing. Hey Sean. Not gonna lie, I have the stream open over here. Yeah. It's struggling a bit. Surprisingly, it's struggling on Twitch and not YouTube. That's literally the first time this has ever happened. Stream Elements is working on both platforms. Yeah, Twitch is straight up not working right now. Or maybe it is, I don't know, it's just constantly buffering. All right. 2 minutes late. I just started. I haven't even technically started. Yeah, usually it's YouTube that's having issues. Today it's not. All right. Well, chat seems to be working, so I'm gonna close these. If I see that chat disappears, I'm gonna reopen them and see what's going on. All right. So, this has nothing to do with what we're doing. This does. Hey, where are you going? Stay here, bud. All right. Yeah, I think Twitch is like not really working all that well today. Hold up. No, I don't have a link to my... Surprised it's not showing that I'm live. Gonna post a link to it just in case. Okay. What is LMAO? When you say you're not up to date, are you talking like this century? I feel like that's been a thing since I've known the language. It means laughing my ass off. Endless YouTube loop? What you mean? Oh wait, was it buffering constantly when I was... No, I can see myself. Even the ads on Twitch are buffering. Generally, what's going on with Twitch? I was just watching a stream right before I started streaming myself, so...
I need some heals. I'm trying.
Bro. Nah, okay, Oh my god, why does it start the stream unmuted? Yeah, this is definitely struggling today. Not sure what's going on with it. Kind of surprised. But okay, just gonna pin while I'm here. Yeah, I literally opened it and it started buffering immediately. Now it's kind of playing. No, it started buffering again. It was playing at like 1 pixel. Anyway. Alright. Yeah, no, I was watching a stream right before. It was working just fine. I don't know, maybe it'll fix itself. Or maybe today we just don't have Twitch. Maybe I don't have to pause for ads then. It shows me that there's 0 people watching, which is also not accurate, but I can't really fully know. Okay. So, good news. No. Good news. Bad news for the demons, actually. Good news for everyone else. Doom is officially running. There's just... can't see anything or interact with it in any way. But... hold on, it's been extra slow today. Alright, there we go. Whenever you feel like loading, my dude. It's been extra slow for whatever reason. Wait, can I stop streaming to Twitch? Well, I did, and then it started again, so... anyway. Alright, there we have it. It is running. But... stop. We got some debug prints here that I haven't removed. And then... all of these functions. Update sounds. Update no blit. No idea what that is. Submit sound and start frame and start tick that aren't implemented. So because of that, we don't have anything happening on this in Doom. Alright, before I actually get to it though, am I still streaming on Twitch or not? Because I turned it off and yet it's still on. But then it says an error occurred, which, yes, it fucking did. But it's just buffering all the time. Okay. Just gonna open the very useless stream manager here. And see what's going on there. God, Twitch is hard to navigate. Bro, I'm live right now. Shouldn't you give me a very easy to click link to my stream manager? I am live on Twitch? I shouldn't be. I should not be live on Twitch right now. I turned it off to see if I could restart the stream. The problem is if I do that on the entire stream, then YouTube is gonna have a new link. And YouTube is the one that's working right now, so I don't want to do that. Just Twitch, if you ever wanna... If you feel like fucking working, please let me know. Not a whole lot I can do about this. Especially if it doesn't let me restart the stream. Which again is just really stupid. Okay. Yeah, YouTube is probably delayed. Twitch is not even loading, so... pick the lesser of two evils, I guess. Again, seriously, Twitch, can we just fucking restart the stream, please? Alright, hold on. What do you mean offline? Did it go offline for all platforms now? Alright, I'm not sure if I'm live or not, but I'm gonna get my laptop because having to check on here is just a pain in the ass. Okay, looks like YouTube stayed live, even though for me it showed that it was offline for a bit. I don't know. I can see myself now on Twitch. I couldn't before. Now I can. So maybe restarting it fixed it? I'm not sure. Alright, I guess we'll see. I did restart the stream though, because it says ads in 30 minutes. So I think we're good with that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start, and we'll see how Twitch is doing in a bit. Twitch is now playing amazing. All right, closing my laptop again. Fuck. Okay, so Doom is officially running, but we have all of these functions that we haven't implemented that are getting called every single frame, and that we most likely need to implement in order to run Doom in any significant way. That is to say, where you can see what's happening and hopefully interact with it. So, all right, seems like Twitch is back too. Where I left it yesterday is that there was a crash. So, this do advanced demo function was crashing. So I just looked at its name and I was like, okay, demo, we're not doing any kind of demo stuff, so maybe we can just disable it. But disabling that then led to an error here because some stuff was not getting initialized. Turns out you do need this function to run at least once. It initializes the player and the game state and all that stuff. So, kind of necessary. And yeah. So the fix for the crash inside here was, okay, yes, it was a sound issue. So essentially just a function that was running some sound stuff that wasn't getting initialized properly because we haven't hooked this up to sound yet. And so that was leading to some crash. I don't even know what it was. I just disabled the entire function because, again, it's not doing anything useful. And most likely we won't be getting sound today anyway because we don't even have like a syscall for it. So probably not going to do sound today. But either way, I needed to comment out that function to prevent the crash while keeping this function to keep the game running. And then after that, the game ran, but at some point it would crash on one of these prints. Like the entire system would crash, not just the game. And that is because of this function. So in printf, we looked at printf quite a long time ago. This caused some major issues. But I turned printf into a circular buffer type of thing, where you just put the console in the same buffer, and then when it ends, you start over, which is handled by this code. But this print function, which prints without formatting a string, was not doing the same check, so it wasn't restarting. Instead, it was writing past the buffer that was causing a crash. So once the buffer filled up, which happened after a few iterations of the code running, then it crashed the entire system. That's fixed now, so now the game indeed runs, but there's nothing happening. So nothing visible happening. Are you like this off cam or do you lock in? 50-50. And hi. And also hi one, RJS. Okay, so today we are going to be implementing graphics. We're going to be implementing input, and then we will have Doom running. Hopefully. Should be easy to do. Well, at least I know exactly how my graphics code works, as opposed to having to work with do I have it open? As opposed to having to work with a 32-year-old code base. So hopefully today it's gonna go a little bit smoother than usual. We've had compilation errors, we've had 32-bit pointers, we've had crashes, and now it's just about implementing stuff. Finally. This is the porting part of porting Doom. Well, so was the rest, but you know. Okay, where's the mouse icon in Redacted OS? If I'm not mistaken, it's in the drawing library. So it should be here. In the shared UI draw cursor. It's not an icon though, it's literally just drawn like this. I could make it an icon, but I haven't bothered. Then I could make it, you know, not a triangle. So yeah, that's where it comes from. Okay. So in order to make the game run, we need to, again, we're not going to do the sounds part, so we're going to skip this one. Update no blit, finish update, submit sound, we're not going to do this one either, start frame and start tick. We're going to need to implement these, and then also a couple more functions that are getting called before the loop starts, such as sinit. Well, that may be sound init, so maybe not that one. If I'm not mistaken, that is sound init. But init graphics, start frame, start tick. Oh, I already said those. Start music, we're also not going to implement. And actually, all of the Doom ports that we looked at, so the forks to the Doom repository that I looked at, all of them don't have sound, it turns out. So we'll be on the same level as them. Just to confirm, sinit is indeed... No? It's not? Yes, it is a sound function. Just where is it implemented? Oh, right here. Okay, I wasn't seeing it. Alright, so I just commented out the function. Well, not commented out, I just early return. That fixed a bunch of crashes, most likely. Okay. So, we have an init graphics function. That's the first thing we're going to look at. And then the start frame function, I believe it's called. Start frame, yes. So init graphics first. And then start frame and then start tick. The problem is I deleted the code that used to be in them. So we're going to have to look at the Doom source code original in order to know what they did. That's ivideo.c. It was doing input as well, so we'll have to get to that. Oh, start frame was doing nothing. Okay. That's one less function for me to implement. Init graphics. What were you doing that might have been interesting? Display name, D, blah, 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 blah. Okay, to draw. Signal stuff. X width and height. Grab mouse. Open the display. Use the default visual. Okay, so it was connecting directly to the display, which lucky for us, we don't have to do any of that stuff. Creating a main window, we already have that. Defining the cursor, we don't really support that all that much. There's just one cursor handled by the kernel right now. Mouse behavior is not that complex just yet. I have a raw mouse input syscall, which isn't even limited to when you're within the window. So, very, very simple stuff. But we might need this image stuff. Where else is it being used? It has 26 matches in the code. Shut down graphics paranoia. It is being used. Okay. Init graphics. Init graphics again. Still in init graphics. Where are we now? Grab shared memory. Okay. So I think we're not gonna need to implement that necessarily. We can just do our own thing. The way that Redacted OS does it, which is we have a draw context. In init graphics, we can just do get context. No. If I remember the name of the function anyway, we can do it. Retrieve. God damn it, what was it called? I forgot the name for it. Request draw context. Completely blanking on that. Okay. With a context. That's all we need to do in order to request graphics. Then we need to see what the start frame function is doing. It was empty, right? It was empty, yeah. But update no blid. What is this? It's getting called every frame and they don't even know what it is. Okay. Amazing. BMP images could be useful. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna work on next. But yeah, it could be easy. For the cursor at the very least, for fonts, stuff like that, yeah, 100%. So I do have to do, by the way, okay, so I actually forgot to mention this part. Hopefully we will finish Doom today. If not, I will stream either tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm not sure. I'm gonna be busy one of those days. So the other day I'm gonna stream, but I don't know which one yet. So I'll let you know. But hopefully we'll finish it today. And then either way, whether I continue streaming tomorrow or Wednesday, on Friday, Doom will probably be done. We can move on to something else. So I have to do... yes, BMP images would be really useful for stuff like the cursor, for images in general. That kind of stuff would be really cool to do. Also, we've identified a lot of issues with the ELF files. It's a very naive implementation of them, which is essentially just load the whole file into memory and execute that. I started to work on relocating code to prevent the very ridiculous hack that I'm doing inside of Doom, but I couldn't find the sections that I needed to look for, so I haven't been able to finish it. I prefer to work on the crashes in Doom instead. What else? Virtual memory would be nice, because processes kind of expect to be loaded in a specific place, and it would be nice if I actually loaded them there and listened to what they want. And also, if I want to do game stuff, which I am planning to do in October. What day is it today? The 15th of September. I have 2 weeks if I want to do something in October to have everything I need in order to support a proper game engine ready. So virtual memory would be nice to work on, but I don't know which one of those things I want to work on stream, off stream, so I kind of have to consider. Depending on how much time we have left today or tomorrow and whenever we finish Doom. Seeing what's happening here. I might run a poll to decide what I should work on next and work on other stuff off stream, but we'll see. Okay, so start frame, update, no blit are not doing anything. Pretty sure finish update. Oh yeah, it is being called. Okay, I hadn't seen it. It is being called. Update no blit is doing nothing. Set palette is being called every frame, or just the first one? Just the first one. Okay. Update no blit, set palette, finish update, submit sound, start frame, start tick. Okay, so we need to implement set palette. We need to implement finish update. We need to implement start tick. Okay, let's start with the palette one, because that's the first one that gets called. And I'm not sure that we're going to need that, to be honest. Red, green, and blue. Gamma table stuff. Okay, can we actually keep this entire function as it is? That's the first question I should ask. When porting, can I keep the function as it is? Well, then we would also need... Hold on, we're much better off. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Doing this. Restoring the entire file. Does it compile? Wait, no, hold on. At the very, very least, we need to get rid of all of this and replace it with an include common.h. Then references to window, display, color map, visual, GC, event, visual info, and image are all gone. So we kind of lose a lot of that stuff. All right, I guess we did not. Save a whole lot of time by doing this. Okay, for shutting down graphics, we don't need to do anything. For starting the frame, don't need to do anything there. Actually, let's keep the comment, it's funny. Mouse stuff, okay, so we're gonna keep this. Obviously, we're gonna mark it as not implemented. We're going to return, and we are going to comment out the function. This entire thing about a cursor, we don't want you. Okay. Start tick. We get an event. If grab mouse, do pointer warp. I have no idea what that means. Warp the pointer back to the middle of the window or it will wander off. That is, the game will lose input focus within X11. Okay, so we don't have that problem most likely. We can skip. Update no blit. We're going to keep the comment going on in here. This function actually compiles. Alright, never mind. Which one is this? Finish update. Okay, the most complicated one. Okay, so the color stuff. I'm assuming we're not going to need it, so we are going to comment it out. Then grab shared memory. Yeah, not entirely sure what you're doing here. That's X11 stuff, I guess. And the init graphics, we just said what kind of graphics we're initializing. We don't need to do any of... Oh, wait, no, hold on. You do draw to the screen. So what is screens? How is this the first reference there is to it? Did I delete it? Doesn't look like it. Wait. Okay, it's in the H file. And it is just a byte array of screens. Byte. Which is interesting. Okay. Alright, let me continue commenting stuff out. Init graphics, we've already said we don't want any of this stuff. We want to keep this. So this part we care about. Creating an image, we don't care about this. We don't care about this. The image thing is a X11 thing, I believe. All of these X functions, I'm assuming, are X11 stuff, so we can skip them. Don't think we're gonna need them. The draw context. About that. We don't have a reference to use, so... Okay, when we initialize the graphics then, we are first going to initialize a context by mallocing the size of a draw context and casting that to a draw context. Boom, boom. Then we are going to request the draw context so we can populate it. Wait, we don't need to use the thingy there. There we have it. And we're going to tell screens 0. Your draw context is CTX FB. With a conversion from byte to... Oh, from uint32 to bytes. Okay. I'm not sure about the format that it is using, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. Okay, so that should be it for this function. I hadn't seen you before. What are you doing? Who's calling you? Expand 4. Broken. Gotta fix this someday. It's being called by finish update. All right, let's look into this finish update thing. Wait, like I said, let's go in order. So first is the palette, color palette thing, which we're gonna try to skip. Then we have the update noblet, which is empty. Finish update is the next one. After that is start frame, which is empty, and start tick. Okay, so finish update. Let's see what's happening in this function. Draws little dots on the bottom of the screen. Okay, I'm assuming this is some kind of debugging thing. One should hope. Also, the game is requesting a specific screen height and screen width. So we don't really have that. We can try to, instead of hard coding them, do the dynamic one. Or we can just hard code the size inside the system and then fix that later. I don't know yet. I guess I'll figure that out. But anyway, this is drawing little dots on the bottom of the screen. Scales the screen size before blending it. How did you get into OS Dev? So the OS Dev wiki is a good place to find resources. There's 2 of them, but they're pretty much the same. Not sure why we are multiplying stuff, but we are. And it's also hard as hell to see what's happening in here because of the indentation. All right, there we go, fixing that. Then indenting U, except for U3. We can get rid of the big endian stuff altogether. We don't have big endian actually. Oh, the multiply 4 is broken. Okay, so I understand what's going on now. After those, all the system does is just put the image and sync with the server. So for us, that's a commit, the draw context, single call. But where or who is actually drawing to the screen is the question. I'm assuming it's this image. And if it is this image thing, then we kind of need to replace it. Which again, that would make sense that it's the image. Grab shared memory. Okay, so let's start. This function is probably redundant. Good to know. Init graphics is creating the image. We already have the image, so we don't need to create it. But we probably do need a reference to it. And the thing is that it was doing it directly on an X11 image. But I'm not ever seeing you write to that image. Or accessing that image outside of here. I'm also not seeing that. Here we're reading from the image. Here we're also reading from the image. Here we're reading from the image. And here we're writing to the image. I mean, we're writing the image to the screen. But where are you putting pixels? Oh, here, hold on. Or maybe not. This is kind of where we can look at Doom generic. Is it X11? So the commented out code is X11. I'm trying to do my own code here. iVideo. Let's see what you're doing. iVideo.c. Video buffer, mouse acceleration. Okay, init graphics. Okay, set the resolution, blah blah, all that stuff. Alright, there's an ad starting soon on Twitch. Getting the format. Printing some information. Checking some scaling stuff. Allocate the screen to draw to, and then screen visible, and that's it. Okay. In the finish update function, it's a lot simpler than ours. Well, than the original one. Calculating some offsets. Draw screen, line out, line in. From the DG screen buffer. Okay, I want to see where you populate this. Not here. Wait. This thing works once a year, but yeah, it's not working right now. Fucking GitHub code editor is the worst. Alright, there's an ad on Twitch, so I'm gonna wait for that to finish while I keep looking at what's going on here. Okay, so I'm seeing it create the, like, declare the buffer, create the buffer. This is an evil hack. Drawing the screen by copying from the screen buffer to the video buffer. I get that. But what I don't see is the, okay, what I'm not seeing is the place where it's actually drawing to this buffer. In both of them, really. Both in generic Doom and in normal Doom. Alright, so let's start simple. We initialize the graphics, we request the graphics, and then inside of finish update, we're not gonna do any of this just yet. This is where we put the image. We don't really need to do that. We just need to what's this? No, it's a very specific thing. Okay, no, we're not doing that. So we just do this. We just commit. And here we can, for example, clear our context with some color, and Now our frame rate should be greatly diminished. I wasn't even sure it was gonna fully compile if I commented out all the code, but I have. Okay, it's gonna take a bit. Hey, what was that? It didn't even get to the code that we changed. Why? Where was that new crash? To be fair, I probably should have cleared. Yeah. And clean the system too. Not sure where that's coming from. I forgot to do it multi-threaded, but there we go. Nah, this is new. This is new. And it's happening long before anything's happening, and it says that the section is already mapped. 2, 7. Which is what exactly? Although I did make some changes to the OS that I didn't test, so maybe that, but we just ran it. It was fine. And like the functions that I changed just now, they're actually they run a lot later, so they really shouldn't have been crashing the system. But they do. Well, wait, is there any function that's happening in here that I am executing that maybe shouldn't have been here? Init graphics happens way after. The problem is happening when compiling the system. Like when running the system for the first time. It hasn't even gotten to the Doom code yet. And yet it fails. And the executable got a lot larger. That's probably why. That was a problem yesterday. I haven't been able to fix it yet. Wait, how did it get so large though? When there's literally nothing different about it? Oh, wait. Are any of these functions or these variables that we create just absolutely gigantic by any chance? Yeah, there's too much stuff open, so hold on. That would be iVideo. There's a draw context. It's a pointer. There's these variables here. They shouldn't be causing any issues. There's these here. They shouldn't be causing any issues. And yet somehow the code has gotten a lot larger and it is struggling with that. Oh, besides this code that isn't even running and might just be adding just a ton of stuff to it. Not even sure why it has issues with the size of the executable, but it does. And yeah, that was doing something weird. No, it still crashed. Well, that's not fun. Okay, so what's happening here is it's trying to allocate a section that's already allocated. Who's doing that? Hi, Jester. Why did this suddenly start happening? Hold on, let me try something. Right, this one runs just fine. So it is about the size of the executable, but it hasn't gotten larger. I mean, it did for whatever reason before, but now it hasn't anymore. Just in case. Wait, hold on. Nah. This was literally not happening. It's so weird. Sections 16. String at offset. Yeah, so for whatever reason, it's trying to allocate space for the ELF file. It is overwriting other memory, which it shouldn't be doing. It isn't even continuous memory. Or maybe it is, but some of it is already mapped. So it's allocating on top of other memory, and then obviously that's going to lead to a crash at some point or another, but why now? When this was fine until recently. Now I made some changes in this code, and all of a sudden the executable is so different that it is overwriting memory. What? There is this, but that's not what's happening. We're not even getting to this point. We're here. Actually, we're not even here. We are... Like, it opens the file, it reads the file. But to load the file, it's mapping it, it's overwriting memory. Why are you doing that? If you have a new cursor, sure, send it through Discord. this somewhere here. Launcher, file path. Then open file is what happened? Somehow the executable that used to be 1.1 megabytes is now it's now smaller. But because of that, by the way, we're also loading a file that's 12 mega. No, we're not loading this one. We're loading this one, which is 4 megabytes. And we're loading it just fine. We're also loading this file that's 1 megabyte, but somehow it is overwriting memory. Oh, I'm in the wrong target here. This is so ridiculous. Just when I was close to finishing. Okay, mmu.c line 101. Okay, so I open Doom. Read full file, kalloc, palloc. The size here is 1 megabyte, 40 kilobytes, 640 bytes at 64-bit alignment, which it won't be able to do, so it goes into palloc. It goes into page allocator 88. Line 88, here. Okay. Like, the allocation is working fine. The problem is it's overwriting memory that was already there. That memory was already given to someone else. And it is trying to allocate at this address, which is 4260. Mapping 4 KB memory. Well, I'm not sure why this is printing in the first place. That shouldn't be printing, but okay. It's only printing when I have GDB on, because apparently GDB likes to break everything. So these sections are already mapped, but who is mapping them? Because if they're already mapped, then they should have just been ignored here. The problem is it's kind of hard to tell because the map is probably changing every time. God damn it, GDB really breaks everything. But also, hold on. We just allocated a process and the allocations are happening at 424, 424, but then we open Doom. There's not a whole lot of allocations happening in between. Why do you think it's already mapped? When clearly it isn't. All the allocations have happened at 423, 424, 423. Why are we now at 425 and claiming that it's already allocated? I highly doubt that it is. And again, this crash came out of nowhere. Hell, for that matter. Is it normal that stack and heaps have the same address? Kinda, yeah. They're not overriding each other. Let me just... This is so ridiculous. Wait, let me see. The size of the executable is now 1 megabyte. It hasn't changed. We can now compile it from a clear 1 megabyte. Again, hasn't changed. Now it works. Alright, this feels like one of those bugs. That's currently not happening, so you know what? Fuck one of those bugs. I'm not dealing with you today. I'll deal with you next time I encounter you. Just gonna rewrite this code for the millionth time. And... rewrite this code for the millionth time, and let's see how that goes. Works fine. I feel like maybe some code in there is doing something weird. I don't know, it's so weird. Okay. There you have it. It's running at what? Half a frame per second? But it is running. Also, I got the wrong color, but it doesn't really matter. What happens if I set it all to 0? So I feel like memset is not really that slow. Ah, there was one more window optimization I wanted to do to make it faster, but I haven't gotten around to it. Now let's see how far along we get today. Hey Chandu, and hi Ice Storm. I haven't actually said hi to you. My day job is app development. All right. There we have it. So again, not sure what's going on with something about this code makes it go crazy. But not the code itself. Just the code being compiled makes it go crazy. When the size is exactly the same. But again. Hold on. 65,000, okay. Starting to see why the code grew so much when this section was kept. It does have an issue with large files. I'm just surprised that it has an issue with file that's a little bit bigger. I don't know. Main languages, Swift, some Kotlin. Okay. So that's simple. But again, what I couldn't see in both this code and in what Doom Generic are doing is where do you actually draw to the screen? Like you have your game doing stuff. Where do you take that stuff and put it on the screen? On either screen or image. Forgot which one. So they do have some... Okay, I think it's this. I think it's screens. V video. Copy rect. Mark rect. Here it is. Alright. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to expose our screen like that. Which... kinda done like this, but as bytes, which you don't have a reference to anymore. Oh, there were actually a bunch of includes in here that I now deleted completely. So these are necessary. Although system is the only one being used, but we do need them. Huh? Bytes is still undeclared. Hold on. Is it byte? Oh, it's byte, not bytes. Okay. Not sure what it's gonna draw, if anything. And how slow or fast. Though it would be really funny if it was like a lot faster than mine. It's not doing anything, okay. Alright, there's an ad coming up. Let's wait for that. And be back in 2. Okay, we're back. All right, so wait, there is one thing I didn't look at. I didn't pay attention to this. Now that I set the screen thing, is anything happening? Is it turning black? Or is just nothing happening? I didn't look at that. God, it's extremely slow sometimes. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's extremely slow. Nothing's happening, okay. So, in video, I saw this variable, which is probably being set in here at some point. No, it isn't. Never mind. The skern. Oh, it's a variable from copyrect. Okay. So copyrect, I do believe that one determines which screen we're drawing to, so that probably, like, is affecting stuff a little bit. Oh, look at that. It's drawing to screen 4. Alright, so kind of just gonna hack it all together and see how it goes. What happens if I just do this? It's probably no Rex because Doom is not using your drawing functions. It can use its own drawing functions. Just draw to the frame buffer. Which I'm assuming it's doing, but not the way I expect it to. Also, the size thing I still need to fix. Most likely the easiest way for me to fix it is to just hardcode the size of the window for the time being. I haven't considered how I want to do that yet. That's the problem. Like, what happens if a game like Doom decides that it wants to grow its window, or it needs a specific size or something? Yeah, so it's still not doing anything. All right. But most likely these video functions are the ones that are actually doing something. Let me see what functions it has. It has draw block, get block, init, and all of them draw to a specific screen. Then they draw a size, and they use the screen width and screen height, which again, I do not have. Not the correct ones anyway. $320 by 200. Okay, so the window resizing needs to be a thing, but it currently isn't. So let's make it a thing. Not through a syscall for now, we're just gonna code it, hard code it. If I remember where it is, it should be in graph. This one, okay. Create window. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new function. I'm gonna call it resize window. The dirty rects. You are right about that. Yeah, that part I hadn't thought of. You know what? Before I waste my time doing this, we're working on Doom right now. Okay, let's just do that. And then work on resizing windows later. Again, the thing is I haven't decided how resizing windows is going to work at all. Like, okay, one thing that I didn't think about, for example, is let's say that I have this window, right? And then I have this other window. And this window wants to grow. Does it grow and override the other window? There's currently no depth to it either, so there's a lot of considerations to do that I kind of don't want to do right now. Also, that didn't work at all because I compiled from the wrong terminal window. Yeah, so now it always compiles to the same size of window, but let me, instead of hacking it together here, hack it together where I call this function. That should be inside of this. 320 by 200. Mode 13. No, it's still... Ah, wait, hold on. It is doing it. It's just the rectangle is not changing the color. The size, I mean. Because it's taking the size of the parents, so no, don't do that. No. Hold on, yes, do that. Do that. And then I'll go here, draw the rectangle, and tell you to draw it at the size. This is where I hard-coded, okay. 320 by 200. Thank you. Hey, Mera Aura. And now we have... I'm pretty sure I have a restriction on the size. Yeah. Now we have tiny windows. So maybe the upscaling code, I need that. I guess we'll get that at some point or another. But hey, guess what? It's gonna run really, really fast if that's all the frame buffer that we have. I'm gonna have to do the upscaling though that Doom was doing. Alright, so the game runs, but yeah. What we need to look at is what you said. G Studios, thank you for the reminder, actually. We have to tell the context to do a full redraw. Or ideally, we can tell it to do only a redraw of the parts that are changing. But that's, you know, after we get it to run one way, we're gonna get it to run the other way. Can you please open the other window? Oh my god, I hate when my hair gets in my face. It's so annoying. Whenever you want. Wait, hold on. For some reason, having the mouse selected makes everything slow because QEMU keeps sending me data that isn't actually there. I really need to implement the other mouse so I don't have to deal with this USB bullshit. Hey. Something happened. Something happened. It is even running at a frame rate. Not a good frame rate, but a frame rate nonetheless. Mode 13H was VGA graphics mode with 320 by 200 at 256 colors, which allows to access the graphics memory linearly instead of bank switching. And I'm assuming, considering we have 256 colors, that's the format that my dude Doom runs at. Which would explain why it did something at only about a third of the screen, and it looked completely nonsensical. So, what can we do about that? That's probably what the color palette stuff was doing. No, that has nothing to do with it. Okay. We need to convert it. We need to convert the colors. Kind of sucks, but hard-coded screen width, screen buffer 320 pixels, 320 bytes. Yeah. The problem is I'm using 320, sorry, not 320, 32-bit colors. That's the upscaling that I need to do. Right now it's setting all those colors to, well, it would have looked blue if that was the case, I guess. But yeah, I need to remap the color palette that Doom is using. So let me see if I can do it from here. Because these are the drawing functions. It would be ideal to do it here instead of doing conversion. Changing the color format would be a lot more complicated. Also, I'm not gonna do that. For a 32-year-old game. How old did I say it was? Yeah, 32-year-old game. When did it exactly release? Should have it open here somewhere. December 10th. Okay. Yeah, all the good stuff releases in December. Or released in December, including myself. Male pattern baldness. I did see some stuff with gamma colors here. Yeah, 200 colors. Damn it. Damn it. Which means also... Okay, that's why it didn't look blue, because it's packing them. Okay, how crazy would it be for me to convert the game to a 32-bit format? Is kind of what I'm trying to ask. I believe kind of very crazy, because I don't think the game was made to have the colors be 32. Like, to just consider different what is it called? Formats besides 8-bit colors. So I think the easiest thing for me to do would be this. A lookup table? Yeah. It is only 256 colors. I was thinking, why would I do that for like 4 billion colors? But no, there isn't 4 billion colors. There's only 256. But either way, I cannot have it draw directly to the frame buffer. So instead, I can actually just malloc this once. Alright. I'm gonna malloc this for you. Screen, malloc. What is the size? That would be screen width times screen height. Interestingly enough, no need to multiply by anything else. Convert that to a byte. And then, wait, no, okay, yeah. We do need to multiply by the number of screens that you have, which I believe there is a constant for that called wait, I keep forgetting I actually have this working now. 5. Okay, there isn't a constant. Now there is. Screen 0 is the screen updated by update screen. Screen 1 is an extra buffer, but I saw you drawing to screen 4 and screen 5, so I don't know what's going on there. Either way, I'm going to provide it with 5 screens. Alright, there you go, that's screen 1. Then to screen, we just add the width and height. Then no, hold on. This would be multiplied by 1. This would be multiplied by 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so now we have our screens. And so, according to what I just saw in that comment, I only need to do it for screen 1. With a lookup table. Is there a... Ta-da. Is it? Do I really need a lookup table? Is the math so difficult to figure out? I doubt it is. So let me try. No, but I'm not talking about color palette. I'm talking about converting the colors. It's okay. I can just go through screen I. Do it only for the first one. No, I don't think I deleted it. It has a gamma table thingy here in video.c. Which they themselves don't know where it came from. Good for you, people. And it's also not used? Okay, it's just declared in here. It's not used. It's not used. Okay. Well, anyhow. What's going on? There's this use gamma thing. This one is used. But then the actual thing is not used. Unless I did delete that. If that's the case, I can find it here. Okay, yeah, it is being used. In the palette thing, which is X11 thing. But okay, then my question is, what is being written to these? So is it just sending values then? Wait, now you initialize it in here? I thought we weren't doing that. All right, I'm starting to understand what I need to do. I'm starting to understand how this works. I'm gonna do something really ridiculous and just screens 0 I. Yeah, I get how I'm supposed to use the palette now. I'm just trying to confirm that essentially. Okay, so there are actual values in here. Okay, got it. Okay, so we need to implement the set palette thing. Actually, we might not even need to implement it. It's just that... Oh wait, it's only being used in here. I didn't notice. Okay. Storing the colors to the current color map. XC map. Who's creating the color map? That's init graphics. But then I don't see it actually doing any kind of conversion. Doesn't help that a lot of the code is commented out, but oh well. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the multiplication stuff. Okay. I love that some of them are just straight up broken. So it's not really that finish update is doing it here, it's X11 doing it, but since we don't even have X11, I'm doing it. Alright. So pretty much what I was doing before. Just this. Yeah, the color maps for a level are in the WAD file. I can understand that. But then the game is already putting them on the screen for me. What I need to do is convert them to... since you already found functions, let me confirm what I'm saying. What? Did I just copy? What the fuck is that? Yeah, so it is already handling that. And then it is putting that data as a 8-bit data into the screen, right? And to be fair, we can see it right here. When I printed this, it did print a bunch of values. So far so good. I think the per level data is already being handled by Doom itself. I don't need to do anything with that. But the way that it was working, again, this is the part that I'm not sure I fully understand, but X11 handled the color palette stuff itself. Essentially just assigning the color map data as an index in a lookup table to a color. Which essentially converted the color from the 256 values that Doom uses into whatever format X11 uses. Now, because my windowing system doesn't have that, then I need to handle that myself. Use the current color map. So the values being sent aren't always the same. Like color 0 doesn't always correspond to something. It changes depending on the color map. All right, the ad ended. And yeah. All right. Let me handle the color map stuff afterwards. Then there's the gamma correction thing. But that's a separate thing I don't need to look at right now. It was doing it, but I don't need to look at it right now. Instead, let me look at where it Where can I get the access to the current color map? That feels kind of like a ridiculous system, to be completely honest with you. I feel like you would want the colors to always be the same. Like, even if you're using 8-bit colors, then 0 would always be black and FF would always be white, and then half of that would always be between the two. But I'm sure there's some reason why it didn't work that way in all games. Apparently you're saying that in some games it did work that way. Okay. I just need you to tell me. How do I know the current color map? Dearest Doom. Or maybe it's easier if I do the conversion from color map to RGB, even if it is not the correct colors, and then I handle how to do the conversion of that. And some wanted to have more than 256 colors. Okay. That makes sense. Alright, so just to... Right now I can't see an obvious place in which I can get the correct color map. You're overthinking it. No, I get it, but if the color map changes depending on what we get in the WAD file, then oh wait, this is the same. See, here it's set in a palette. Here it's set in another. Okay, so that's where it does it. Okay, okay. I guess that makes it easier for me. Because then I can do what you're saying. Okay. I hadn't seen that set palette already gave me a... Yeah, this should be a 256 values inside of it. And then what is the format for it? That's what this function was doing. Yeah, that's pretty much what was happening here, okay? I just didn't understand what it was doing. So initialize it, okay. Pixel, do green, do red, do blue. What were these? Not genuinely, what were those? What? Yeah, set palette is being called every time. Yeah, thank you. Actually, that answers the question. No, this is Doom generic, but maybe it still has it. No, it doesn't. Okay. This is Doom, ID software Doom. id software Doom? I still don't remember how... I don't know why I feel like it's not pronounced ID software and it's pronounced id software, but maybe it isn't. So what the fuck is this do red, do green, do blue that are not declared anywhere? They're just used in one place. There's no definition, no nothing. What the hell is this? Or maybe they're declared in X11. Maybe they're X11 things. Okay, so that doesn't matter. This is the code that I want. I was just a little confused by that. Okay. Set palette. Format this hellish code. I know we're gonna be dealing with demons, but this is hellish. in the worst way possible. What? No, 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 no. If I'm gonna be rewriting your code, I'm gonna be doing it right. Okay, so this uses the gamma table if use gamma, so I don't have to deal with that. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Those flags are X11 stuff. Thank you. Figured as much. If they're not declared anywhere in the code, and Doom generic doesn't use them, which I'm surprised by because they... Okay, what is C? C is just an integer. That's being used to hold the color. Oh, and the previous value as well. So every time it shifts by 8. Understood. Not sure if I'm interpreting the way that they're doing it right here. It's the using of palette plus plus. I'm assuming that's how you do it. I mean, that is what they're doing in their code. Just they have nice macros for... Wait, don't I? Don't I have that? I don't have that. I should have that. Hold on. Ah. Can I do type def union? Not entirely sure about that. Oh. Alpha first. 8. Red. 8. Bruh. Green 8. Blue 8. UN32T color. Oh yeah, hold on. Not sure that this was the best time to be changing this. Current palette I. Isn't that pretty much what I'm already doing? Just copying their code, which makes it a little bit clearer, I feel like. You know what? I do like this. I'm gonna start using it, but just to keep compatibility with the way that the system is built right now, I'm just gonna declare a RGB color, and then I'm gonna phase this out in favor of this. Okay. Back to Doom. Now I can do... That. Where this is alpha. This is red, this is green, and this is blue. That is blue. Okay. So now, I already forgot what they told me screen 1 and screen 2 were, but that's not my problem. CTX FB I equals to screen I colors dot color. Then mark it for a full redraw, and let's see how that goes. Zero to right? What? Not sure what you mean. One to display. Oh, 0 to right, 1 to display. Okay, the screens. Wait, so did I have to use screen? Starting with the fact that I'm doing this entirely wrong. Yeah. Was it actually screen? That's not the name of the variable. Where the fuck did I get this screen from? Oh, screen is my own thing. Which I don't think we're even using. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do screens 0i. That. So 0 to write and 1 to display. So do I need to use 1? I'm on the edge of my seat here, man. Why are you taking so long? Nah, that's still crashing. The most likely place for it to be crashing. It's again very little debug information. So the most likely place for it to be crashing is the frame buffer itself. We're going to confirm it by just printing this. And that should give me something valid. See, now it loaded a lot faster than before. No, it's all zeros. So that's kind of wrong. Is it screen 0 then? Yeah, it's screen 0. Okay. And then... Are we sure about the size of the frame buffer? Well, another thing I want to check is the conversion that I'm doing. Is that... Hmm. Okay. No, well, okay. It is... Those are correct colors, I guess. Just being printed as negative numbers here and whatnot, but... What is that? 240101FF. Is the alpha in the wrong place? Yeah. Yeah, these are backwards. Pretty sure. I hate working with endianness. It just breaks my brain entirely. But that doesn't matter. That's not the cause of the crash anyway. The cause of the crash is most likely some kind of issue with the screen width times the screen height and the context's width times the context's height. Something there is most likely messing them up. All right. Kind of taking forever, but there we go. Wait, shit, it printed. I kind of don't look at it. Fuck, I'm still printing all that other stuff. Screens, one seems like a background image. Yeah, that was always empty. It did say something about it, and I picked the right color before, but I don't remember what it was. Damn it. It's probably somewhere in that print, but it was gigantic. It's hard to tell. I literally saw it before, what each of those screens corresponds to. But yeah, 0 seems like the one with the colors in it. No, wait. Yeah, so the frame buffer is smaller. Wait. No. Although that's most likely what's happening. Let me see. No, where's the... Let me guess. Let me guess what's happening. The size of the window All right. No. 4. That's the number that we saw, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Um, essentially there's a border being drawn. So that means we need to make it a little bit bigger. I mean, once I do a resize function or a set window size function, it will handle that gracefully, but for now, when you hard code stuff, you have to do hacks like these. And again, the last thing I want to think about right now is how to resize windows in Redacted OS. Even though someone mentioned it to me, like, you probably need to think about this before Doom. I completely forgot about it. Wait, we can check that it matches now, I guess. But it's still not gonna draw anything. Well, if you don't compile the system again, it's not gonna. But screens 0i color, there we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Here we go. Now the windows is whole 6 bits larger. Six pixels, not 6 bits. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hey! There it is. A zoom. Correct colors too. And decent frame rate. Alright. Good enough, everybody. Let's consider it to be running. We're done here. Now, we are going to take a break. We are going to come back, and I believe most likely that was the splash screen. Most likely you need to... Actually, you know what? Let me see if this runs. It would be so funny if the Steam version of Doom didn't run. So I'm assuming that was the splash screen. You have to press a button and then you get into the main menu. Because it wasn't really doing anything. Boom, we Doom in the room. It didn't run. Somebody needs to port the shit to Linux. Hey, processing Vulkan shaders. I fucking hate that Linux does this every time you open a game on Steam. Well, Steam does this every time you open a game on Steam. On Linux is what I mean. Come on, man. 50%? Oh, okay. I said come on, man, and immediately went super faster. Hardcode music background? Sorry. I don't know if we're gonna have that. Depends on how difficult input is to implement. Depending on that, we'll see how... if I have time to do like a sound syscall. It straight up doesn't run. Now hold on, it's still, oh, hold on. Is it on the screen for everybody? Yes. Though this is Steam 1 and 2. So pretty much this splash screen, but for Doom 1. Automatically goes into demo mode. There's a chance I disabled that. This is the splash screen, right? And the music. And then you're immediately in Doom. Oh, this demo mode. Yeah, that sounds about right, but I don't think... I mean... Let's see what happens. But I doubt it's gonna go into demo mode. Also, I deleted all the upscaling code, so I need to bring that back. Because, yeah. Alright. It's running, but nothing is happening. Wait, there's some very small text there. Provided... Okay, provided by id, full of charge. Oh, free of charge. Okay, so it is doing stuff. It's just not demo mode, it's credits. Again, did I maybe disable demo mode? I know I disabled it yesterday, which was leading to a crash because the advanced demo part was actually what is it called? Preparing the game to run. But yeah, I don't think that's necessarily what's happening here. Okay, now let me actually take a small 5-minute break, maybe even 2-minute break, since there's an ad coming up on Twitch. After that, we'll look into events. So, das Spiel wird an deinen System. Good, good, good. Very good. Totally, man. Hold up. Should make a fucking auto-translate. Oh my fucking god, get out of here. Yes. It works. And good night. See you. The system does run. Amazing. Now the update no blit, we're gonna remove this because that function was straight up not being called. Start frame was straight up not being called. Start tick. Was doing some mouse stuff here for X11. But I don't know if we're gonna need that or not. Probably not. Again, this is some X11 stuff. We need to bring back the upscaling. But most importantly, we need to bring back the get event. That was inside start frame. Or actually, we can just write it inside, directly inside of it. Except the I get event function is a little bit more clear. I copied. There. That. Bring it in. Bring it in. Probably to lock your mouse to the center of the window. Yeah, that's kind of what I think it's doing. Probably will need to do that. Though we don't really have a way to do that system-wise. So... okay. So this has events for button press, key release, key press. Okay, button press, we're talking mouse button. Okay. So we don't do that like that. In fact, well, I did consider doing an event-based, at the very least, a library that takes the raw data and turns it into event-based. I just remembered another thing I did not do, and it's remove duplicate key detection that the system has in its USB driver that it really shouldn't. Okay. So, event.type is going to be EV key down. Well, it depends on, we're going to look at the first key. If it has a value, then it's a key down. The code itself is pretty simple. Is it has a value, key down. Otherwise, actually just event.type EV key up. No, I didn't mean to do that. There, that's what I needed to do. Then the post event and event. Okay. Then we are going to determine the key. And this was being done by the xlate key, which is translate key, which worked like this. Um, okay, let me see, for example, the left arrow key, they use AC, whereas I use... No, it was this one, yeah. $50. So translations are in order. Okay. Oh, I hadn't seen this one. Motion notify. All right. Obviously. Handles mouse button presses, and then it handles mouse movement. But let's start with detecting keyboard movement, then do mouse after that. Because mouse is a little bit more raw data. Okay. About you. Key left. Left arrow. I call it key left, so I need to... no, I need to include the actual... Input keycodes.h. Yeah, I forgot. This takes in a char value. Didn't mean to full screen, but we'll take it. We'll switch over the key. Left arrow turns to left arrow. And then it just return. Why can't you just return? Isn't that easier? Right arrow. Down arrow. Up arrow. Wait. Shit. Shit. Right, I'm using the wrong key codes here. Damn it. I'm using theirs, not mine. It's key left, key right, key down, key up. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. Esc. Key esc. Oh, key escape is theirs. Key esc is mine. All right. Key enter. Key tab. Key F1. Ish. Here we do use the same macros. Do they map to the same thing? I think. Hold on. F1 maps to 3A. No, this is mine. That's a problem. We use the same macros for both. Sorry, Doomy. I'm changing yours. What do I call them? Modifier F1. Now that means that you also become mod F1. Mod F12, I mean. You, and you become mod. No, wait, damn it. Those are the ones I don't have to change. Doom key. See, I would have done that, but the problem is I would have to change all of them to make it consistent. And also, just randomly joined in. I have no idea what you're doing, but the key inputs are similar to my game I'm working on as I learn Python. Interesting. Yeah, I'm porting Doom right now, so this is their key binding, and then I have my own key binding, but sometimes we use the same the same name to refer to different things. So we kind of want to avoid that. Also, someone was telling me about the X11 freaking text stuff here. Okay, so this one's called back, uppercase B, uppercase S for space. Okay, uppercase delete, uppercase pause, then key P equal with a uppercase E, then equal with a lowercase e, then subtract with an uppercase S, then minus with a lowercase s. Where's the consistency in this? So I use key minus and probably kp minus, yeah. Sorry, gonna have to change that as well for Mr. Doom. I am gonna add the Doom prefix to it. Screw it. Wait, just like that. Screen size down? Okay. That's what you're using it for. Good for you. Return key Doom minus. All right, backspace and delete. Pretty sure we're again using key backspace. God damn it, Doom. We're using the same key codes. Another thing I could have easily done is just not done the conversion, I guess. Key pause. Fuck you again, Doom. Would that have been too much for me to do? Hold on, now I'm considering doing that. And I wish I had been using fucking source control, which I haven't been. Yeah, macros are meh. Hey, this one's different. Key equals and key KP equals. No, wait. KP equal and KP. Okay. Anywho. Key pause now becomes key doom pause. Alright, we're almost done. Thank God. Also, I just remembered I'm keeping all these breaks here that shouldn't be here, but just get rid of all of them. Also, the formatting in this function is just hellish. Pretty sure the key code is gonna be the same. Left shift and right shift, they're different. Left shift, key right shift. Then, by that definition, I'm assuming right CTRL, key left CTRL, return this. Oh, whoa, 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 I didn't mean to do that. Doom is trying to give you a hard time and you're not even launched on a level 1 yet. I can't even launch right now, I don't have key codes. But also, I've been doing this since Friday. Final parts of it though. Alt. Okay, left alt, left meta. Amazing, I don't have to do this anymore. Left alt, left meta, key right alt, key right meta. Why has no one standardized this shit? I swear to God. Everyone has their own. Okay. No, this is actually just key. Now, if the key is between backspace, I mean, a space and tilde, that's... Space is 2C, and then... This is 32. And between them are right brace, left brace. Whereas the values that it uses are... Oh my god, this fucking math kills me, I swear to God. The key enter and tab is still the same, don't forget. Flabbergasted by this information. Oh shit, thank you. Probably some very important keys too. Alright, here, look, we're just gonna do this, okay? Same for you. Thank you for the reminder. What the genuine fuck is going on here? I hate this type of math. Even though I do it too, using a lookup table, but okay, this value is 32. And xk space is... probably this one better. Amazing. I love that I click this and you don't even have the response. Okay, so this one... return which this is just making them all lowercase. That's easy, simple to read. Good for you. This is too lowercase. Yes, that one's easy to see. But I think they shifted them to 0. Yes, but what are these keys used for? Wait, no, hold on. Right arrow, left arrow, up arrow, down arrow. I mean, space, I know what it's used for. The problem is they're doing some kind of fun, cute little optimization here. Because space, exclamation point, quoted BL, number sign, dollar, percent, ampersand, apostrophe, quote right, parentheses left, parentheses right, asterisk, plus, comma, minus, period, slash. Tilde was famous for console debugging access. It still is, to be fair. All the numbers from 0 to 9 all the way to the ASCII tilde here. Which actually includes all lowercase letters. Okay. Are then being converted no, wait, wrong place. Into themselves plus 32. Wait, what's ASCII? 32 is space, exclamation point, double quotes, number sign, dollar sign, percent sign, ampersand, single quote, open parentheses, close parentheses, asterisk plus comma, hyphen period, slash 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, colon, semicolon, upper cases. Got it. All right. No, that looks weird. What the? Oh, wait, hold on. This whole thing is indented weird. There. Okay. All right, there's an ad starting on Twitch. We will see how it's going after that. 16-bit to 8-bit. No, I think it's just whatever X11 uses to ASCII. Because it puts space at 32, which is ASCII 32. And then the rest are pretty much mapped the same, but apparently just X11 uses some random offset. So it was just getting rid of that offset, most likely. Which means they're all readable codes, so I can just do this. Okay, ad starting. Let me take a 2-minute break and be back and see what happens. Okay, we're back. And if everything was done correctly, we should be able to have some some keyboard input. Surprised this only happened once. Should have very tiny Doom. Well, it does run. But we should have a very tiny Doom that is playable. Well, I can't tell. Alright. First off, let me get rid of some of these. Player state. No, what was it? Player in game. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let me at least stage everything I have. If I'm not gonna be committing. Got two main actions. Gonna get rid of that. This level stuff. Gonna get rid of that. Get rid of that. And finally, silence that. Hey Riley, by the way. Didn't I say not to? Oh, the header file didn't get changed, but... Alright, so I'm gonna have to do a clean, and I'm also probably doing this somewhere that I probably don't want to be doing. Yeah. And then what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to put a... Ooh. Print of that to see if we are printing data. And well. I wonder if this has anything to do with the function not running. The funniest part is, if I had paid attention to the logs that I'm trying to remove, I would have seen it right here. Hey Hussein. You might have joined us just in time to see me play Doom in a very tiny screen. Alright, there's Doom. There it is! It crashes the entire system! Yay! So first, process has crashed. Then, system has crashed. The whole thing. Oh. Ooh. It crashed because it tried to access 12D04. That was an incredible crash. It actually crashed the system, at which point it crashed... Sorry, it crashed the process, at which point it crashed the system. That was amazing. That was a double crash. And I'm pretty sure, actually, there was a time in which crashes would just be, like, infinite. And I'm pretty sure that's just because the console would crash in a very specific way. And when it happened like that inside a process, then it would just keep crashing. Which I hadn't noticed, but I fixed that today. So 12D04. This here is an address that we are jumping to. It's a bit hard to know exactly where it is. But most likely it has to do with my code relocation issue. So let me see if I can get... No, there you have it, actually. That was incredibly easy to find. Somehow, calling this function... Oh, there you have it. Okay. So this here is holding a reference to the function. Right? Just a pointer to the function. Simple stuff. But the executable expects this function to be found at 12D04 or whatever that address is. Whereas instead I'm loading it in a different place. And I don't do virtual memory mapping. So I'm not respecting what the compiler executable expects, and I'm also not remapping it, which I started working on today, but I didn't have time. So easy fix for this. This probably happens in a few more places, so I have to look at that. I literally created a variable called hack base address for this exact issue. Now, as to why it crashed the entire system, I don't know. Draw episode, draw new game, options definition, read definition, sound definition, load definition, save definition. Okay. There might be more places where this happens, but oh my god. Holy shit. I feel like something got in my nose. Oh, what the hell? Alright, I'm good. Probably just dust. I don't know. Chilling before my class. This is pretty cool. Just started getting a bigger picture of coding today. Amazing. Love that. Crashed. But it didn't crash the system this time. We're making progress. Okay, it happened again. This time a D3892. So anywhere that the code was being clever and doing this type of stuff, we are gonna have issues with. I didn't mean to do that. D3892. What does that correspond to? It's not in the executable. It's not in here. Could be this, honestly. That's also a reference to something, so... Could very much be that. Yeah, Doom first screen is working. Now we need to get the rest working. Feel like there's a clippy inside joke that I'm missing. Because I see more and more people with clippy profile pictures now. And seeing some more places in which this could be failing too. Alright, hold on. So here, this has a reference to main end, which is an integer. That's not a problem. Previous menu, null, not a problem. X and Y, okay, not a problem. Last on, okay, not a problem. So here and here, we're also going to need to put the hack base address. Or actually, you know what? Let's make it a little bit easier. Bring this back to how it was. I play Doom to this day. Nice. You have systems programming. That's nice, actually. Hope me stumbling around trying to fix this and get this to work helps. Alright, essentially what I want to do is I want to find where these are called. Actually, it might have been better to do it inside here. Though it's multiple addresses, so... One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, how many of these are there? One more after this. Okay. Gonna be so many of this hack, I feel like... oh my god. That's why I thought, like, okay, instead of where I declare it, I'm just gonna put it where I use it. But no, it turns out that's gonna be a lot more places. So absolutely not worth it. Fuck off. Still not there. D3892 is the one I was looking for right now. It changed. But it's wrong. It's more wrong. This is an SC file, okay, so it is getting reloaded. Immediately after this. So init status bar, which does st init, but this time a different path. I doubt it's this. This function is always the same. Stat copy, record, blah blah. Is this not being called from anywhere else? Because this is Doom main. We shouldn't be in here. I feel like. We've already set all this stuff up. Wait, hold on. Did the crash happen? I didn't pay attention. Did the crash happen after I pressed enter? Oh, that's just the last log that shows before we go into the loop. So this crash could be happening anywhere. Okay. Alright. Okay. But at least now we know exactly where it's happening. It's happening at 15198. Which is M drawer. This function right here, menu drawer. That makes sense. All right. And we know exactly where if we compile with G. But because of another issue, we cannot keep the compilation going after that. We have to redo it. All right, we can do it like that. Then we can search for the string. It will tell us nothing, apparently. Didn't I tell you to recompile with... G is the right flag, right? I'm not getting that wrong. Yeah, that's correct. Oh, wait, hold on. I just didn't... I'm a little bit tired, okay? Draw patch direct. Okay, that's where it's crashing. Well, cache lump name, current menu item name, PU cache, probably that. And the crash that's happening is... Gonna get rid of that. Recompile in the meantime. Okay, so either this one or the one above it. I can never remember which one it is. Oh, they're the same line of code. Yeah, can I get this? There we go. Clippy is a whole movement against corporations that added AI to their products to learn from human experience, and a lot of people didn't like it, so it turned into a whole movement. How did I not know that? Wait, I feel like I have heard about that, but... Oh my... Wait, what do you mean I'm live? Did my stream go down? I see. Was started by Louis Russman on August 7, 2025. It's about the time I started streaming, so I didn't even notice that this was new. Interesting. Wait, I had heard about it from some ordinary gamers. I just kind of didn't pay too much attention, apparently. It went that way. It went down on YouTube too? Damn. A while ago? Yeah, it takes about 5 minutes to tell me. Current menu, menu items, name. You're the bitch that's crashing, aren't you? What's the address of the crash, though? That's what I need to see. Come on, man, we're so close. Except if this keeps happening, it's not the best. I don't know why it thinks sometimes that I'm using the file version of it. Yeah, my loading ELF files is a little bit complex sometimes. That's fucking messed up again. Why? Why? What did I do wrong now? I'm not compiling with G. Am I? Not that I know of. Okay, now it works. And all this just to see where the crash is. 8308 D3892. That got fucking weird. It's a weird... Because current menu draws. The name of it, though. The name of it. The name of it. Wait, no. Is it this? Main def uses this. I was wondering when it was gonna use the name. So I think this was fine. Thanks, Donkey. Thanks for joining. Donkey Odie. Not just Donkey. Alright, so it's iterating over these strings, and that's probably what it's failing to get. It finds something there, so it doesn't crash, though it shouldn't find anything there, to be completely honest with you, but whatever. So it goes over menu items. Again, not sure how it's finding a value in it, but it is. So if anything, I should add the hack to this. And possibly some other places, I don't know. No, the skulls, I don't think they're needed. Yeah, I wish I had gotten to the relocating thing already. But hold up. Alright, no, I'm doing it wrong again. Okay, can you print me the address of the menu, current menu, menu items. Print me the address of that. And then what the name points to. And then crash to your heart's content. And then here, I believe we need to bring this back. Oop. All right, come on, man. I want to have this done today. Okay. 8308 D38 EO2. So adding this gave it the wrong address. Because if it's 8, it's because we're adding 4 and 4. That's the only explanation for that. The base address is hard-coded to be 41840000. Wait. Show me what it was again. D38E0. And up here, 8308 D38E0. No, so what did I say? This was 0410 840000. This is this. Where the D382, okay, so that's the other one. It's adding 8308, which is... Would that happen to be this times 2? Most likely. Oh my god, are you serious? Yes. Yes, it is. So it's being added twice. If I add it here, it gets added twice. If I don't add it there, it doesn't get added a single time. What now? The worst part is I was thinking these need to add it too. But all right, I need to see where these are used. Again, no. Weren't they being used in M drawer? Okay. It checks the current menu's routine, which is a menu T. So, like the main def and all that stuff. So the routine is the one that we've already hacked together. Now it works. Okay. So routine is fine. then the X and Y and the number of items, which comes from here, are all correct because now this points to the correct place. However, somehow it gets added twice, which is just incredibly weird. Now, the easy solution to this is for me to get the menu item T like that, which is a pointer, add to that pointer the hack, and then use that. I'm just still confused as to why it's double or nothing. That is such a weird thing. I need to do it for all of them. And also the routines inside the main menu, I'm not sure if they're gonna work. D3A2. That might actually be the routine inside the main menu. Except why would that run? And it's again pointing to the wrong fucking... What? We're again in M drawer. Probably in the exact same place. Do you need to convert it to void before adding? Probably not. That's a pointer. Let me see what's happening to it, because I don't understand how it somehow doubles. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place, maybe, but I doubt it. That is where I was being pointed to. What? It is adding it twice. Why is it adding it twice? Alright, now I'm not adding it at all. Why is the address all of a sudden twice what it should be? No, the pointer math is not the cleanest, but it is correct. This makes no sense. How does adding D3A, D8 plus this number make up this number, which is twice as high as this? That is insane. What is happening? I'm not even doing the math here, keep in mind. I'm not doing the math here at all, and that's why I get this. What is happening here? That is so wrong. Literally, item plus this. Do I convert it to a pointer? Like, this is not right. Oh, but if you convert it to a pointer, then it works. Well, okay. That's fucking weird, but okay. Maybe it's... interpreting the value to be the correct value, but then it's interpreting the wrong value to be the... I don't even know how to explain what I think may be going wrong here. All I know is just it's insane. And all this because I haven't bothered implementing virtual memory or relocation. Now other menus are gonna crash in the opposite way. Hey, 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 hey! We have a main menu! Alright. Now, the actual fuck was that, bro? So, the question is, can I do it like it was before? What the fuck was that? Doing this. Can I do it in here like that? Because that way it will work for everything in the menu items. Also, I definitely disabled the demo mode that's supposed to play behind the main menu and all that. That's kind of not working. Okay, yeah, this works. Thank God. Right, so that also fixes the routine problem, most like, I hope. I don't even know what those routines are yet. Alright. Episode menu. Gonna do the same for you. Then new game menu. Then options. But we're not stopping until we're in game. I mean, it depends. Read menu 1. Read menu 2. Sound menu. Not a very useful one if we're not gonna have sound, but load menu. Save menu. That should be the last one. Okay, so can we navigate the menus now fully? Please. Can't really see. Okay, yeah, I see it moving. No. Is it the coroutines? Yeah, it's the coroutines. Not coroutines, just the routines, I mean. Let me see if it is that. I think I understand what was happening back there. Most likely, when it was loading the menus, just main menu, it was getting the pointer. It was like hard coding in terms of instructions, the pointer. Whereas when instead I started doing the math, instead of hard coding it, it was loading it. Yeah, that's what was happening. Okay, good. Instead of hard coding it like it was doing when it was just main menu, now it's like, okay, I need to do math here. So I'm gonna get the address relative. So really, you don't even need to put the hack in. It's enough to just do any kind of operation that makes it so that it loads the address at runtime instead of hard coding it. Which I think that's my theory, the only possible explanation I can think of as to what the fuck was going on. Alright, yo, we're so close. We're so close. Just gotta hack a few more things together. Wait, I'm skipping a few, aren't I? Read this. Hack base address for that. Can't wait to remove all these hack base addresses. Wonder when that's gonna be. Luckily, I called it a very descriptive hack base address. So it's gonna be simple for me to just go back, get rid of it, and then I'm gonna have to remove the plus sign in front of it, but really the only place in which I'm not gonna be able to do a symbol substitution is the one that we just saw. The one where I had to cast to a pointer and then cast back to the object. That's the only one that's gonna struggle. Well, I'm gonna have to do it like 5, 6 times, however many menus there are. Doom. New game. Which episode? The first one. New game. Normal difficulty. It crashes again. This time it went to an insanely high address. And it happened in here. Make dumpo. Zoop. Zoop. What the fuck is going on with you, free tags? Can we have a bigger window? Would it run slow? So, I removed some upscaling code, so I'm gonna have to bring that back. But yeah, we can have that. Probably not today. It's getting late. There's still a few more things I need to fix. Alright, there's an ad starting on Twitch. This is not super interesting, so I'm just gonna keep debugging this while it runs. Probably the same thing is happening here. Except the address is very high, not very low. Kind of weird. 42786 is actually one of my addresses. If I scroll up far enough, 427, most likely a heap address, which makes sense because we're mallocing and then we're freeing. Now, I don't understand why the game does its own malloc and free, to be honest, but, well, I mean, I do get it. I could just prevent it from doing it. But no, okay, we need to know exactly where it's crashing. Get link before freeing. Block next. Wait. No. This. Hmm. Really? That's exactly what's happening here. For reference, the comment that I'm looking at. Wait, I can turn on the chat. This right here is what I'm reacting to. It results in pretty much this. So in the beginning, it added 32x your hack or something like that. That kind of sucks. So we're probably freeing some of these. Okay. Hope that's all of them. Probably deallocating some of the stuff that was being allocated by one of these hacks. No, 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 that's not right. The address was different. Yeah. Yeah, the address is different here. Right, that's technically, yeah, I made everything a little bit better. But some allocation, like the same thing is happening here, but with a heap address. Now, who calls free tags? Oh, not that many people. This one's not calling it. Probably this one, setup level. That's literally the only one calling it. Okay. PU level. So these blocks, main zone, block list. So when they're allocated, something here is allocating them wrong. I'll look into it later. I just wanna see if it works without that. Or if we have even more. Memory allocation is not a big deal right now. It is a big deal, but obviously we want to deallocate stuff. Okay, well, good news. It almost worked. This didn't work. Start and 3. Okay, so I don't know what that was about. There's a missing tag, but all right, we're still not done. So most likely there will be a stream either tomorrow or the day after to finish this. Kind of sucks that I could do it off stream, but I want to finish it on stream. That's the entire point. But like debugging is a lot easier when you do it off stream. All right. Either way, the one that's crashing is this one, user. Which comes from this user variable, which comes from this user, which comes from zmalloc tag, which is probably going to be used in a lot of places. I'm not seeing it though. It's a pointer. No, no, no. It's 0 in most places. There's gotta be one in which it isn't. And that's the one that's causing the faulty allocation for us. I can put it in here. You probably generate composite. Not any of these. Found a good candidate. Okay. All right. Null pointer, null pointer. No, come on, let them all be null. Nope. Okay, WAD could be the one. Could also be composite. But okay. Found the issue. This here is treated like a 32-bit pointer. Wait, one of these 5 tabs. Oh, there used to be 4 last time I checked. What happened? There used to be 4, man. I gotta do some tab management after I finish the stream if I'm not too tired. Here. This person found. See, this person actually helped me find the first main issue that I ran into with missing textures, and it's the fact that a structure had a pointer in it, and that pointer was 32 instead of 64 bits, which kind of feels like the same thing that's happening here. It used to be 32, then it became 64, corrupted the entire structure. I'm just seeing if they ran into the exact same issue. Because it feels like they would have, but no. They're running into other issues that I didn't run into. And all of them are related to 64 bits. All right, let me read this whole thing. Here, I'm pretty sure you can search 64 and you'll get something. No, actually. They just looked into it. Okay, so we'll have to do the thinking ourselves about this. Okay. So the user, for the value being freed, is a valid value plus 18, which means there's some math being done on the user. But I'm not seeing any math done on the user here. Except for this. But it's the same math being done here and that's not crashing. But, you know what? A log isn't gonna hurt anyone. Also, we saw that it's literally called it twice, so... Gonna make it very flashy. Run that. And... let's see what happens. Those look like correct values. Also way higher than the one we saw that was crashing. Yeah, so this is definitely some math gone wrong. Um, Here maybe? It's a different thing that's crashing. Maybe it's not about the user at all. Maybe it's the block. If it's the block is gotten from the next list. So maybe that. Um, Now I need to know, is it the printf that's crashing? Or is it the one after that that's crashing? Damn it, I didn't save the address of it. Here it is. You. Fuck you, Linux. It's the printf that's crashing itself. Which is weird because we're just logging a value. Literally just block. We're not accessing it. Again, I don't know if the instruction... No, it's the one above, not the one below. Or a little bit of both? I don't know. Okay. So... it could be block next, then that's crashing. Not block itself. That would make more sense also. Clearly the next. I can never tell if the dump, like the code that I'm looking at, corresponds to the part above or below. Okay, yeah. It's the block itself that's wrong. The block, which comes from the next. So the previous block's next is set wrong. Does any of that make sense? I sure fucking hope so. The weird thing... the next is always set load store instructions. Oh, I didn't even look at what they were. So interesting thing happening here. Could be some corruption happening, sure. But I'm looking at new block next. It is being set from base next. Base, which okay, backs up. Okay, so there is a chance that it's being set wrong. So for example, we can look at if base next is bigger than UN32 max and put a print there. And if it's not here, then most likely it could be corruption, but that would be really weird. Because that is an address. And this specifically works with addresses, so it would be really weird. Hmm. It's not that though. Who else could be setting this next value? These have nothing to do with that. Oh wait. Maybe this? Doubt it, but maybe. Maybe this? More likely. Could also be this. Get any further? Yes. We're almost at the point where the game loads. Technically, if you don't deallocate memory, because that's crashing right now, then there's a missing texture. I need to look into that. I haven't had time to look into that. But yeah, we have main menu loading. We have... I would say we're most of the way there. Didn't I just put a print in here? Oh, dump heap. Hello. That could be worth using. Using the linker hack? Yes. I tried to get relocation working. Couldn't really find the sections that I was supposed to look at. So I would have had to make it a little bit more complex. And instead I chose to fix some of the bugs that I was having so that today we could focus on implementing the actual frame buffer and whatnot. Which we did, but now there's more of them. But now we have frame buffer and we have input. Okay. Didn't I just... Did I delete it? Yes, I deleted it. Okay. Wrong. Just wrong. Fuck it. Alright, so one of you is crashing. One of you has betrayed me. I mean, this one is definitely going to tell us. Because that's where the function is crashing. iZone base allocating correctly. File dump head, check heap. Clear zone, I highly doubt you're being called. This is init. Good candidate for being the one. Damn it. Where's zone base? That's just malloking. That's not the one. Oh, zone base was literally right there. I didn't even have to search. This is free. There's a chance that it's actually happening here too. Yeah, let's see if it's any of these. None so far. It's probably free itself. There you go. Now, hold on. No, it's not. This is just a check. We're gonna do an early return just so we don't keep crashing. And see where that gets us. We're not deallocating all the memory that we should be deallocating, but it is what it is. This is a thing that I can debug off stream. Though this still crashes, but we get further. And no, the error isn't there. Okay, I'm not understanding where this is coming from. Start and 3. That's definitely wrong. So I'm gonna run an ad while I look for it. One of the textures of the actual game is crashing here. There was a load level function. Interesting, worth looking into. But not what we're looking at right now. We're back on Twitch and just gonna check something real quick. Oh, we're good, we're good. Checking that everything is working on both streams, since the last 2 days I've had issues with that. But that name, start and 3 ampersand, 100% wrong. Just don't understand where that comes from. So, fair to assume it's from here? Most likely from the players or after the players. Actually, most likely in the setup level. Well, that's the one that's calling the free. Yeah, hold on. It's one of these. Right, can I assume that? It's gonna be one of you bitches. Yeah, whatever. Could also be you, I guess. Or this thing. I guess the specials. Start and 128 by 128 medium saturated brown fading to silver. Is a wall texture. Okay. I just need to know where it's being referenced, because wherever it's being referenced, there's 100% start and 3 is then supposed to be followed by 128 by 128, like you're saying. And that's missing. But also that name is too long. It's 8 characters is the maximum. L4. Load side defs. with 3, go to definition. Probably inside the what? Yeah, but we're probably getting the name wrong. One of these is probably wrong. Top texture, bottom texture, mid texture. One of those 3. Eight characters. Yeah, it's supposed to be 8 characters, so we're looking for the wrong string. And the WAD is correct. Because I've tried it. I looked at the one that Plan 9 uses, and I played the game on Plan 9, so that one works for sure. And it's the same as mine. There you have it. The mid texture is the one that's causing that. Actually, like, replace the implementation of that function. Just I'm a little bit surprised by that. But yeah, okay, we found the one that's failing. Star 10, actually that's, yeah, 4 and 4. Wait. Okay, I counted it wrong. It's 4 and 4 without the ampersand. Yeah, that's the 9th one. But just to be clear, I believe my string no, which one? Which function are we talking about? String compare with n. Didn't I re-implement this one? Fuck, didn't I? Wait. strncmp. It's now only found outside of here. So did I replace it with something else? Did I just replace it with a... Did I replace it with a mem compare? Right. Yeah. Fuck. I thought I defined it. I didn't think I replaced it. Maybe that was a first before I realized, hey, maybe you shouldn't replace it. Okay, well. It's one simple thing to do. There's only one. These two are outside of that. The only ones were iwad and pwad, which I replaced not with a string compare, but with a string copy, maximum length of 4, and then comparing that, which is just for the WAD file. WAD file has weirdo header. I love these errors. Jesus. Why does mine not have that? Oh, this is a different file. So the only two that there were, I replaced them already. Yeah, the delay, it's funny. It's actually when you're watching back. And when you're, of course, listening to me. I see your message pretty quickly after you send it, but you're sending it based on something that I said a while ago, or that happened a while ago. But no, it turns out it's not that specifically. Oh, string copy could be it. Okay. Name 8.s. Which I'm doing as a mem copy. Should work the same way. Oh, so the function that's crashing is texture num for name, which calls this function, which has its own string compare, which is taking it's not limiting this. It's only limiting one of them. So I can limit both. To be a little bit more correct. Maybe I should implement a string compare limited, but that's not really a thing I was expecting to use. Probably would have been faster if I had done that. But now we are limiting it to 8, so that shouldn't be a problem anymore if it just so happens to have the wrong texture name afterwards. A bad cycle? What? That is new. Try again. That does sound like it, yeah. I do believe that all the textures that it's looking for are already there, especially if they're not hard-coded. Because, like, you must have gotten their name from somewhere if they're not hard-coded. Yeah, okay, I don't know what's happening here. That was a make clean, too. Or did I just break the function now entirely? Yeah. Let's not even talk about what just happened, okay? comparing a string to itself. I said let's not talk about what just happened and then immediately talked about what just happened. Come on, man, you're taking forever. Is string really that slow? I know there's a few more allocations in there, but come on. Yeah, it feels pretty slow, to be honest. I should have removed those. At the rate that this is going, I could have just implemented. Nah, sometimes it just wants to be slow. Sometimes it just acts slow. I don't get why. After all, we are emulating. Just kind of weird. Bro, I do need to work tomorrow morning, so whenever you feel like... Oh my god. You know what? You done yet? It's still going. I'm just gonna implement this right now. Real quick. The fuck is it doing? What is happening to it? It's really just trying to keep us wondering if it works or not. That's fucking evil. Alright, you have a string compare now. Working 6 hours at Armin 5. Ugh. Got working 9, but still. Wait, I didn't remove those prints. But okay, it crashed. Because still not found, so I did it wrong. Hmm. Oh, I didn't remove these. Okay, they're gone. Texture name, true length, good. And I also want to remove these. But something in this function is wrong. We limit the iterations to only... How do you do this with commas? Yeah. Okay. You're still looking for the wrong name. Is this not gonna stop at 8 iterations? It is. Ah, hold on. It is gonna stop at 8 iterations, but then it's gonna compare the next character either way, and that's gonna fail. And that's gonna fail again if we don't do this. You know what? Let me just try something real quick. It does feel faster, yes. What's the name of the failing texture? Okay, so we're gonna compare this to the string that we're looking for. This. Case insensitive true. Length 8. And then we're gonna loop because I don't care what happens. I just don't want to have to go through all that every time it... Just to have it fail. 0. So it is correct. But wait. That is wrong, isn't it? Let me look at the original function real quick. Oh my god, take forever, please. Check. texture, num for name. Case compare. Same function, except instead of case here, case goes here. So I think the comparison is correct. Also, it works for literally every other texture. So weird. I don't get it. Even if I put a bunch of crap at the end here. That line exists in two functions? Not really. Because this worked when it was string, it was just slower. So I optimized it by just creating my own version of it. Slower because it was allocating an free memory there that not really necessary. When you can just limit the comparison. Literally just add any crap at the end of it and it works. With true case insensitivity and length 8. What? Also, keep in mind, all the other textures, it finds them just fine. So they're not having the same issue. Oh, now it worked. But freed a pointer without zone ID. Oh, Lord. Bro, where did this come from? Oh, it's one of those weird new line things that they do. No? Wait, I'm looking in the wrong project. Holy shit. You know, free memory right now is just not working for me, so I'm not gonna do it. It's not the vibe. Who needs that anyway? We have more memory than they ever could have wished or dreamed of back in the day of Doom. Not really, we have like 500 megabytes, but still, that's more. Mother. Nah, it still crashes. Okay. Turns out you can't just do that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Bring a pointer without a thingy. We're just gonna return. Alright. It's only the ones with maximum lengths that are vulnerable. Yeah, that's true. Probably delay, but it is fixed now. It just needed to be cleaned, I guess. It didn't update itself after I fixed the library. Mother of God. No, it still crashes in the exact same place. Who told you to free anything anyway? Like, let's just straight up not free any memory. I really just want to get to the point where I see Doom on the screen. Yeah, there's an ad I didn't even notice. Sorry about that. Except the people watching the ad don't hear me say that. Still crashes. Oh, look at that address. Look at that address. Isn't it beautiful? Alright. Set up L10. So you or you, one of you two is crashing. And let's find out who. Isn't the one loader? No, but that's working now. This is another one of those weird addresses. Okay, kind of starting with the fact that, let me see. No, that's not it. That's staying the same. Do not spawn cool new monsters if not commercial. Do spawn all other stuff. And that... Is it the lump? Or is it in here? Because I highly doubt it's going to be any of this stuff. Let's It's just basic math, no pointers to weird stuff. Lump number seems correct. I want to say, anyway. So, spawn map thing, I'm doubting you now. You have some stuff going on in here that could be crashing you. So let's find out. But characters are working fine now. And all the other lumps are loading. Also, this is lump by number. Although I wonder if we don't free, if this messes up. But like, not sure what load lumps is in the first place. This one's for reloading, but no. Okay, but there is no load lumps function, and also what's crashing is a number, a cache thing. For that matter, well, can save us a little bit of... No, actually, 4. What is whatread.c? That doesn't exist. But no, I mean, besides this, there's nowhere else where we do that comparison that could be failing. So, not an issue. Also, again, the cache lump num, I believe. In... Oh, sound server? No, that's not being used. And I cannot see it here because I'm filtering only by the folder that I am using. Just kind of forgot what we were looking at. We were here. Then we were here in load things. Then it's you. Or you crashing. Num things, which is an int. Probably should print that as an int and not as a hex, but whatever. Whoop. It does feel like this 1-2 part loads a lot faster now. Lump 7. So this here is crashing. Allocations need to be optimized, yeah, definitely. They do tend to be slower in general, but yeah. Also, not gonna lie, I haven't looked at the allocations happening in... This is gonna take forever. Hey, no, it didn't. Cache miss on lump 7, okay. Miss on lump 7. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the address. Except it's very big, not very small. I need to look into improving allocations as much as possible so that I can then make the system faster overall. It's the malloc. So, it is either you, the most likely culprit, or you, the second most likely culprit. If it's the tag, I highly doubt it will be. Now really the slowest part is the disk. So if I have some time tomorrow, I'll look into the disk. Because we're definitely going to be doing this tomorrow as well, or Wednesday, I'm not sure. Both of these look correct. Okay. Tiny fear. The fact that I'm not free memory properly, most likely. Especially in the place where instead of free memory, I'm just putting a warning in. this. Most likely messing up stuff. So if I just never clear any memory, maybe we won't have any issues. Because that one function is leaving things like half cleared, which could be leading to issues. Nope, that doesn't seem to be it either. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Check for name. Yeah, I think that function is now using the new thingy. Oh, it never was. Uses string copy, but that's just a mem copy, so it's kind of the same thing. Okay, so the issue is a different one. Which kind of good, because again, I can just sidestep the allocation issues. And just focus on this one. But that's gonna be a thing for tomorrow, I believe. I'm gonna leave it here for today. No, it's not really possible to debug with GDB. It would take longer to set up everything just to get it to run with GDB once than to just do it like this, I guess. Good night, Ice Storm. Thanks for the help. Alright, spawn map thing. This is where I was. No, you don't have to do it once. You have to do it every time the system runs. Oh my god. Cannot type anymore. I definitely should leave it here. If I even remembered. Here. Okay. Yeah, something in malloc is creating that value. It's a custom operating system. That's one of the main reasons, many reasons actually, that it won't work. Like GDB won't work. Again, not seeing anything immediately obvious that would lead to this address. Wait, there is one thing. Hold on. No, that won't work, but Maybe we can use GDB to a somewhat limited capacity. Won't be able to tell me much. But I should be able to break at this exact place. Since I am guaranteed that it's always going to be loaded in the same place. And GDB just causes more errors than it fixes. So no, let's not do that. Alright, I'm gonna leave the stream here. I'm gonna see if I'm able to fix some of the issues that I've either sidestepped or this one that I'm blocked on right now. But hoping that that doesn't mean that I just, like, the game just runs now. Because then it kind of defeats the entire purpose of doing this, but oh well. Okay, I'm gonna drop a link on both platforms to Discord. Because I don't know when the next stream is gonna be, if it's gonna be tomorrow, if it's gonna be Wednesday, one of those 2 days. So, I will announce it a few hours earlier on my Discord. It will also be up on my YouTube. But it's not gonna be scheduled on Twitch. Although I now need to schedule my my Friday and Saturday streams because I'm pretty much almost always gonna do them. So I might as well schedule them on Twitch. You have to build your own toolchain eventually. Probably, yeah. Yeah. And I don't know if there's anything that I could do to tell GDB, like, hey, there's a program loaded here that you're not gonna know about. Because the thing about it is GDB can technically look at the memory of the program. It just doesn't even know that there's a program there. It's just like, there's some random data here. I guess it's instructions. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it belongs to. But yeah, since I'm doing some elf loading stuff, elf file loading stuff, I might be able to improve on my debugging a little bit more. At the very least, when it crashes, it can tell you which line of code it crashed into. You don't have to compile and dump the assembly every time. So hopefully some of that stuff can help. But yeah, that's not ready yet. And right now I'm working on Doom, so it's not really my priority. Okay. So, next stream is going to be at the same time as today, but either tomorrow or Wednesday, when I'm going to hopefully be able to finish Doom. It's getting really, really close. It's essentially just a few crashes, and then well, maybe it's even just this one crash, and after that, the game will load. Like, the levels will load. So far, the menus are loading. There is still a major hack that I'm doing, that again, once the elf file loading capabilities get a little bit better, I'm not gonna have to do that anymore. That or virtual memory, whichever one comes first. But yeah, either way, Doom is getting pretty close to being playable. So that's probably gonna happen either tomorrow or Wednesday. Again, link to my Discord is on both chats, and I will announce it there. I will see you then.